Senator Francis Tolentino. Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Secretary Jimmy Bautista. Secretary Rafael Lotilla. And please indulge this proud mother, our very own Cebuana Secretary Maria Esperanza Cristina Garcia Frasco. Deputy Speaker Vincent Franco Duque Frasco. The members of the House of Representatives who are here tonight, may I call them out? We have Congresswoman Daphne Lagon of the 6th District. 4th District of Cebu, Congresswoman Janice Salimbangon. The Lone District of Mandaue, Congresswoman Lollipop Owano Dizon. From the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu, Congresswoman Cindy King Chan. And of course, Congressman Peter John Calderon from the 2nd District. Let me correct that. Used to be the 2nd District, now the 7th District of Cebu. Congressman Edsel Gallegos from the 2nd District of Cebu. And Congressman Edu Rama from South District, Cebu City. Pardon my bias, but my most favorite congressman, Pablo John Garcia. Vice Governor Hilario Davide III, and thank you very much for a very touching message. And the members of the Provincial Board, please give them all a big hand because together with the Vice Governor, they have never given me a hard time. The mayors of the Tri-City just arrived. Mayor Michael Lopez Rama of Cebu City. Mayor Jonas Cortez of Mandaue City. And he is probably on his way. May I just speak and mention his name as well? Mayor Ahong Junard Chan of Lapu-Lapu City. Our mayors coming from the component cities and the municipalities of the entire province of Cebu. Let us all give them a big hand. Our vice mayors and ABC presidents as well from the entire province of Cebu. My nephew, the Vice Mayor of Cebu City, Vice Mayor Raymond Garcia. The Consuls General of China, Japan, and Korea, Consul General Zhang Zhen, the first woman Consul General to reach the shores of Cebu. From from Japan, and thank you very much for the wholehearted support when we needed it the most. Consul General Hideki Yamaji. And from Korea, Consul General Song Se-won. The members of the Honorary Consular Corps, the regional directors and provincial directors of the line agencies of government, as well as from the PNP, we have with us General Labirin, and from the Viscom, General Arevalo. The Capital Department heads and consultants and employees, my classmates from long ago of St. Teresa's College. In fact, we are the Golden Jubilarians this year. STC High School Class 73, headed by Marisa Fernan. Our partners from the private sector, mga binati ug minahal kong kaigsoonang Subuanon. Maayong gabi ka natong tanan. 20 years ago, around this time of year, in 2003, I began my improbable journey to lead this great and historic province. It was a journey that would take me to the most of the over 1,000 barangays from north to south, west to east, including the islands and islets, to engage in a conversation with a proud, resilient, and hopeful people, to discover what they held dearest amongst their deepest hopes, and then to convince them to entrust these hopes to a woman for the first time in this province's more than 400-year history. To this woman who had then never before held public office. It was a most humbling experience, not only because one hardly felt equal to the urgency of a people's hopes, more importantly, more dauntingly, because 20 years ago, these hopes always stood in danger of being shattered in the fractious, divided political landscape 20 years ago. So that no sooner had I won by the slimmest of margins, a little over 7,500 votes then, that the forces of division were at it, proposing to dismember Cebu into 4 provinces, threatening to break up a people whose will they could not bend. In Cebu, we do not cry unity as an empty platitude. We do so because this unity was once a real threat to our very existence. And it was only because, as one people, united, we stood up and said no to Sugbuak, that we are able to celebrate tonight the 454th founding anniversary of this one united, undivided, and indivisible province of Cebu. And we say unity because if you look at recent history, you will see that our best years as a province, when we became the undisputed #1 province of the country, were achieved in times of political unity. And our less than ideal years, when we slipped from our enviable perch at the top, happened when the forces of disunity who would not rest would divide us again into corners, into camps, into colors. My fellow Cebuanos, I am proud to say tonight that the state of the province is united. At perhaps no other time in Cebu's history are we as politically united. And because we are united, the state of the province is strong. It is very strong. We remain the richest province in the entire country with total assets of 235.7 billion as of end of 2022, a marked increase from 215.27 billion in 2021. We raised our internally generated revenues by 45.01% compared to 2022, despite a reduction in national tax allotment by 14.5%. With our efforts at rationalizing revenue measures and increasing collection efficiency, we have raised our revenues by 40% from 5.12 billion in 2021 to 7.15 billion, all internally generated in 2022. As of December 31, 2022, our total cash position stands at 5.2 billion pesos. And we continue to be debt-free. For our efforts, we received the Seal of Excellence in Local Finance as the top-performing provincial assessor's office in Region 7, given by the Bureau of Local Government and Finance in December 2022. In October of 2022, the Department of Finance, BLGF, has also likewise recognized the province of Cebu as the top province in the 2021 collection efficiency of local revenues, and another recognition in December of 2022 for surpassing LGU collection targets. Our robust financial position has earned for the province of Cebu the seal of good financial housekeeping from the Department of Interior and Local Government, or the DILG, in 2022. It has also allowed us to boldly set our annual budget this year to an unprecedented 20.15 billion pesos. And yet, this status as the richest province in the country and all these recognitions on financial accomplishments would be empty and meaningless if we were not able to translate these distinctions into real projects and programs that would make a real difference in the lives of the Cebuanos. And so tonight, I must answer this question. What have we done so far? Allow me to start with infrastructure, because it is a basic rule that in order to spur economic activity, provide livelihood and employment, opportunities, hence ultimately improving the lives of the Cebuanos, we need to begin with basic infrastructure. For provincial and barangay roads, since 2019, we have so far completed the concreting of 729.5 kilometers. I must mention here that we have concreted these roads with our upgraded standard of at least 8.1 meters width, including concreted shouldering, and a thickness of 23 centimeters. We are building wider and thicker because we do not only build roads for today. We build these roads for the future and the generations of Cebuanos to come. We constructed a total of 18 RCDG bridges with a total length of 120.14 linear meters and 7 box barrel bridges with a length of 45 linear meters. We are close to completing the installation of 10,000 solar street lamps, even as 10,000 more are in the process of procurement. In the province of Cebu, access to clean potable water has always been a perennial necessity for our 51 local government units and 1,093 barangays. For after all, as they say, water is life. In the past, this need was addressed with stopgap measures, tackling issues such as broken down pumps, dilapidated distribution pipes, or no existing water system at all, hence no water, cropped up from either an LGU, a barangay, or even a sitio. We needed to find a better way than just install Puso Negros. A better way to provide water efficiently and consistently with a system that was sustainable and even revenue generating for the province as well as our government units. And so we decided to set up the bulk water supply system, initially in 25 of our 51 LGUs. In this system, the province taps surface water available in the municipality, builds the water treatment plant, and installs the transmission and distribution pipes. When completed, we then turn over the system to the LGU, which will run the level 3 water system, purchasing bulk water from the province. As the LGU distributes water to its constituents, tariff rates will be set and approved by the provincial board. In 2022, we allocated 5 billion pesos for our bulk water projects, of which 3 billion are currently being implemented in several municipalities. When completed, these ongoing bulk water supply projects are targeted to reach more than 230,000 households. We have standardized the design of barangay halls and multipurpose covered courts for economy and efficiency. To date, 28 barangay halls and 80 multipurpose covered courts are undergoing implementation. The Enhanced Countryside Development Program links our farmers and agribusiness entrepreneurs to financing sources with the province, serving as the vital link. With our partner financing institutions such as the Land Bank of the Philippines, the Cooperative Bank of Cebu, Small Business Corporation or SB Corp, and the Development Bank of the Philippines, a total of 222.4 million has been released to over 1,553 beneficiaries. In agriculture, the Sugbusog program, a vegetable and food production program, which we began in the depths of the COVID-19 lockdown, is now on its fourth season for all of our municipalities and cities, all of our barangays, and in 6,000 puroks, as well as over 40,000 households. The Sugbusog has expanded to our 1,438 public schools in the DepEd provincial and city divisions, all of our 56 police stations, and all of our 16 provincial and district hospitals. The provincial government of Cebu continues to ensure 122,453 farmers and 20,496 fisher folks with the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation or PCIC, not only against personal accidents and injuries, but more importantly also against damage to crops, livestock, farming and fishing equipment brought about by natural calamities. In Cebu, we take care of those who dedicate their lives to put food on our tables. These pioneering programs, proudly Cebu-initiated, have since been emulated throughout the country by other LGUs and even the Department of Agriculture. In health, we continue to improve the infrastructure, equipment, facilities, and health services in our 4 provincial and 12 district hospitals. Our level 1, 100-bed capacity provincial hospitals in Balamban, Karkar, Danao, and Bugo will soon be upgraded by the Department of Health to a 200 to 250 bed capacity level 2 hospitals. Our Camotes and Bantayan 50-bed district hospitals are in the process of upgrading to 100-bed level 1 hospitals, while the Minglanilla District Hospital is being prepared for upgrading to level 2 and eventually to become the first and only trauma center in Cebu and the first trauma center to be run by a local government unit. Through a public-private partnership scheme with Medtronics, we have opened hemodialysis centers in our provincial hospitals in Danao with 15 stations, Karkar with 17, and Balamban with 10, but soon to be expanded to 25 stations, so that the patients in the north, the south, east, and west of Cebu need not travel all the way to the city of Cebu to get treatment. We shall also soon open similar hemodialysis facilities in the 2 island hospitals in Camotes and Bantayan. Again, with our public-private partnership with Prime Care, our laboratories have been upgraded with state-of-the-art equipment, supplies, and reagents, and we are now capable of performing 70 to 80 different kinds of tests from what was originally just 15 to 20 tests. Recently, the Danao Provincial Hospital Laboratory was upgraded to Level 3 due to the state-of-the-art equipment provided by Prime Care, which allowed Danao Provincial Hospital to provide microbiology services for the Cebuanos. We set up the Hospital Performance Monitoring Team headed by Dr. Jean Loreche, our 1 peso a year consultant. Joined by other volunteer members, the team regularly visits our 16 hospitals and rates the performance of our chiefs of hospitals on the basis of standardized objective evaluation criteria. To date, the team has made 3 performance evaluation ratings. And because each time the ratings are presented in the presence of all our 16 chiefs of hospitals, the team and myself, we have seen the steady increase to outstanding performances, initially mediocre in ratings from our chiefs of hospitals. I wonder why. I have discovered that an actual grade presented before one's peers and presented maybe to me as well can prove to be an impetus or pressure, as the case may be, to greatly improve a poor rating. We invite you to visit our provincial and district hospitals, not as patients, of course, but as observers, to see a palpable change in its outward appearance, which I believe in the end positively influences inwardly the work attitudes of our healthcare workers and the experience and optimism of our patients. I recall that there was a medical mission held in the Danao Provincial Hospital by a group which came all the way from Manila. They had had several medical missions in years past in government hospitals. But that day, when they were asked to give their rating for Danao, the head said, "This is the cleanest government hospital I have ever been to in all my years of serving our brothers and sisters Filipinos." So kudos to our chiefs of hospitals, but remember, there will always be another round of rating. Early this year, we signed a memorandum of agreement with the Philippine Institute for Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, or PTAC, to establish wellness centers in the 4 provincial hospitals and 2 island district hospitals. We believe this will complement and enrich our existing health protocols by mining the rich treasure trove of knowledge that traditional and alternative medicine offer. PTAC has initially trained 255 barangay health workers and will continue to train selected BHWs representing our 1,093 barangays. The training focuses on the proven uses of herbal and medicinal plants, including tuob, their preparation and administration. PTAC will also teach complementary medicine for doctors and nurses in our 4 provincial and 2 island hospitals. Our school supply program restarted in 2022 when face-to-face classes resumed. Because of this, over 823,000 students from kindergarten to K-12, as well as non-graded students, received school bags, pad papers, notebooks, pencils, crayons, rulers, envelopes, among others. This year, with an estimated 10% increase in enrollment, over 900,000 students will be receiving the same school supplies. Not just for our provincial division, but including as well all of our component city divisions as well as Mandaue City. 100,000 armchairs were distributed equitably according to student population to all of our elementary and high schools in our provincial and city divisions. The next 100,000 is in the process of procurement. We are also set to distribute t-shirts and sandals for our students. Sandals that look like Crocs. Crocs lang. In the incoming school year, we will embark on a massive school feeding program, incorporating the Sugbusog program being implemented in all of our schools and with the help of the respective parent-teachers associations in these schools. So that hopefully, finally, no child will be in school hungry because he had had no breakfast nor no lunch. We will take care of our children. Year after year, all our barangay health workers, BNS, barangay animal health aides, lupons, God focal persons, traffic enforcers, barangay officials, elected and appointed, municipal, city, and provincial officials, totaling over 55,000, are being covered with the GSIS accident insurance. This year, we have extended this program to over 45,000 DepEd teaching and non-teaching personnel, as well as all PTA officers. Beyond basic education, we also invest heavily in technical and vocational education and training to equip Cebuano workers and entrepreneurs with basic skills or to enhance and upgrade existing ones. And more importantly, to enable them to attain gainful employment or provide a means of livelihood. The Sugbo Kahanas program is a 100 million a year project provided by the Cebu provincial government to qualified scholars in the entire province identified by our Vice Governor and our 17 board members from their well-defined constituencies. In partnership with TESDA, duly accredited Techno-Vocational Institutes, or TVIs, conduct on-site trainings for short-term courses ranging from heavy equipment operation, driving, welding, carpentry, cookery, pastry, making, and even hilot, among others. During training, students are insured with GSIS and receive a 160 peso allowance daily. Upon graduation, the trainees are given the much valued, internationally recognized National Certificate 2 or NC2, which becomes a sure ticket to immediate employment locally or internationally. And they also receive their starter toolkits. Since the launching of the Sugbo Kahanas in 2022, over 4,300 scholars have graduated and received their NC2s and starter toolkits. With the next tranche of 100 million, again distributed to our Vice Governor and our 17 board members, this year, over 4,300 scholars are currently being trained and are set to graduate within this month or the next. Interestingly, the Second Congressional Educational Commission Standing Committee on Technical and Vocational Education and Training, or TVET, was here in Cebu last week, precisely to study and benchmark best practices in both the public and private sectors. And the experts agreed, were unanimous in declaring our Sugbo Kahanas program as a unicorn, a rare and bold initiative by a local government unit, the only one of its kind, and something worth emulating by the rest of the local government units in the entire country. Throughout our 400-year history, entrepreneurs, people who take an idea and invest time and money to create a new enterprise out of it, they have played an enormous and critical role in our economy's phenomenal growth. That is why the province of Cebu, through the Sugbo Negosyo program, has invested in budding entrepreneurs, in micro or small enterprises all around the province whose creativity needs just a little push to make them viable businesses, if not the next big thing. We are now on Sugbo Negosyo Season 2 and again have distributed another 100 million pesos to 10,000 beneficiaries through our Vice Governor and our 17 board members. As in Season 1, the top 35 performing entrepreneurs were chosen. Their products will be on display next month in the Sugbo Negosyo Expo at SMC side. And from these 35 top entrepreneurs, the top 10 will be chosen and mentored by the Mandaue Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Department of Trade and Industry on the preparation of business plans, improvements of product quality and packaging, and a long-term business program for the foreseeable future. A distinguished panel of judges coming from the business sector and the creative industry will then listen to each of their presentations, evaluate, and decide who among them will be the best amongst the best. And the winners, apart from the cash prizes, which are given through QR-coded cards, in order that these cash prizes will be infused back into their businesses, these winners will also mean additional legislative assistance fund for the board members who had chosen them, as well as the vice governors. So this is being observed with much excitement. Anyway, I don't give much. I just add maybe 5 million, maybe 10 million, just very small. At the barangay level, we have expanded our Bugasan sa Kababayenan, a livelihood program to empower women. This program, which we started way back in 2008 on my second term, when all of us were much younger then. This program provides registered women's organizations with 10 sacks of rice as seed capital, which they will use to set up their own rice retail store. This year, we will ensure that the Bugasan sa Kababayenan program will reach each of the 1,093 barangays of the province of Cebu. To ensure the success of their enterprises, the women's organizations are provided financial literacy trainings as a prerequisite to the grant of the seed capital with the help of the 4 Ls, our own local Legislators League. We have also launched the Sugbo Babuyan sa Tugkaran to provide livelihood at the purok level and household level as well through the raising of organically grown native hogs. Under this program, the LGUs were provided 1 million pesos each for the raising, breeding, and dispersal of native pigs in barangays, puroks, and households. The barangays are likewise expected to craft legislation to ensure that no commercial feeds are used, and that, more importantly, the hog waste is properly disposed and utilized as organic fertilizer to be used in the respective sugbusog programs in the households, puroks, barangays, and LGUs. Our barangay health workers are tasked with monitoring these backyard pig farms to ensure compliance and the health of the hogs. The Sugbo Babuyan sa Tugkaran will not only provide livelihood at the household and purok level, but will also significantly boost the supply of native, organically grown pigs for Cebu's lechon industry, which of late was continually threatened by the African swine fever. Or should I say, the wrong, misguided ASF protocols imposed by the Bureau of Animal Industry. Without proper validation and consultation on the ground. Consider the logic of the Bureau of Animal Industry protocols. If a single pig is found positive for ASF by one RT-PCR testing, all other pigs within a 500-meter radius, it used to be 1 kilometer, whether or not they tested positive and whether or not they exhibited symptoms, are culled, killed, patay. Never mind that the RT-PCR test is proven to show positive even if it's not ASF, because the RT-PCR tests the nucleic acid positivity of the human or the pig. May na lang atong COVID, dili papatay ang katong mga within 500 meter radius. Now, ASF is DNA-based. Hog cholera is RNA-based. When a hog shows symptoms, which definitely for both swine fevers are the same, naturally, you would get a positive test. And so, that positive result may have in fact shown that the hog was infected not with ASF, but with the classic swine fever, which is endemic in Asia, highly treatable. We already have vaccines for this, and exhibits practically the same symptoms as ASF. Therefore, without further testing, a single RT-PCR test is not a foolproof indication of the presence of ASF. And so I ask, where's the logic in killing perfectly healthy pigs simply because one pig within a 500-meter radius tested positive? Because, says the BAI, there is a great probability that that one pig will infect the others and cause their certain deaths. And so I further asked, in other words, let's kill the pigs because they might die? Atong patyon, kay tingalig mamatay? That was when I took a bold stand again. If this kind of twisted logic had gone on unchallenged and accepted since 2019, practically decimating our local hog population in the entire country, and yet ASF, according to BAI, continues. This will not happen in Cebu. As one province, we resisted the nonsensical and economically devastating policies of BAI, from the culling, let's kill because they might die, to their colorful color coding policy, which only further reduces markets and deals an economic blow on our local hog industry. We decided to use more sensible, more accurate, and more science-based methods. Again, in partnership with Prime Care, we set up our own laboratory testing facility equipped with RT-PCR machines, ELISA testing machines, and employed the rapid antigen and antibody tests. We set up the Swine Fever Task Force, which monitors all backyard hog farms daily, sees to it that pigs displaying symptoms are immediately isolated and tested, and renders a daily report to the LGU, which then transmit it to our provincial vet's office. Through our mayors and city and municipal agriculturists, massive vaccination for hog cholera was immediately conducted and continues to date, even as daily and constant disinfection of backyard hog farms are required of all backyard owners. Last April, the BAI declared an outbreak of ASF in the entire island of Cebu. Had that been true, and since we did not kill the pigs within a 500-meter radius, based on the characteristics of this disease, we would have seen massive hog deaths within 7 to 10 days from their declaration. Well, it's been 5 months, or 156 days today, to be exact, and we have not seen those predicted massive hog deaths. Thankfully enough, our pigs are alive and kicking and squealing. Except those, maybe, those that have been sent to the slaughterhouse. No pig survives the slaughterhouse. Or have been cooked as lechon. And without fear of contradiction, our Cebu lechon continues to be the most tasty, the most sought after, and the best in the country. Why? Because Cebu lechon is cholesterol and fat-free. The cholesterol and the fat are for free. We went to court and were sustained by the Court of Appeals, prohibiting the BAI from implementing their protocols in the province of Cebu. Here, again, the only LGU to do that. Gahi mag-o mga Cebuanon good. Here you have empirical data, science-based, readily verifiable, that the logic of mass culling is wrong, is based upon a faulty premise. Why then does the BAI continue its stubborn, or should I say, pig-headed insistence that all pigs must be killed because they might die? Even imagine if we had, as others did, blindly followed the BAI protocols, indiscriminately killing pigs upon the occurrence of a single positive RT-PCR test. Imagine the economic devastation it would have dealt an industry. The hog industry in Cebu is an 11 billion peso industry. Just imagine what devastation it would have dealt upon hundreds of thousands of those that depended on their backyard farming, or even our commercial hog farms. Particularly, a household raising 3 or 5 pigs, hoping that when it would be ready to sell, they could be able to save enough to send their children to college, or maybe improve a leaking roof, or hope for a better life. In this particular situation, in spite of, again, negative reaction from the BAI, I decided again to stand for the Cebuanos and to defend their livelihoods and their lives. As we did against the unreasonable and irrational COVID-19 restrictions, we stood up, united as one province. Even when it came to the issue of the optional face mask. When Cebu landed in the national headlines for 5 straight days, including the provincial board, optional use of face masks. but it's mandatory for the ugly. The Caravan of Provincial Government Services started in 2019. Since then, 10 caravans are held in each of our 7 legislative districts and in each of the Camotes, Bantayan, and Pilar Islands. To date, we have conducted 147 caravans. Since December of 2019, the provincial caravan has expanded to include the Department of Interior and Local Government, the DA, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, the Philippine Coconut Authority, the PCIC, the DSWD, the Joint Task Group of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the BFP, the Register of Deeds, the Integrated Bar of the Philippines Cebu Chapter, Globe Telecom, the Professional Regulatory Commission, the Land Transportation Office, Pag-ibig, GSIS, SSS, USAID, the University of the Philippines, PCSO, and the USC Kauban Psychological Center. It no longer became a caravan of provincial government services. It became a caravan of services. In this third quarter caravan, the Kadiwa ng Pangulo and the Diskwento Caravan has partnered with us, bringing the benefits of the cheap 25 per kilo rice, farm produce, and other commodities directly sold by our farmers and micro-entrepreneurs to the countryside where they are most needed. This synergistic partnership between the province of Cebu and the Kadiwa ng Pangulo, again, is a first in the country, with the province of Cebu heeding the President's call to adopt the Kadiwa ng Pangulo. With this, we now have the added participation of the Office of the Presidential Assistant for the Visayas, and thank you very much, Undersecretary Terence Calatrava. The National Food Authority, the Department of Labor, and the DTI. In August of 2020, we reopened tourism in the entire province, becoming the first LGU to do so. Because of this, Cebu has been the most prepared to absorb the resurgence of tourism, of revenge tourism in the past 2 years. Our slow, deliberate, and steady easing up of restrictions in the tourism sector early is paying off now, as we see tourism at close to, or in some areas, even beyond pre-pandemic levels. According to the Department of Tourism, in 2022, Cebu garnered the most number of international and domestic arrivals in the entire country. Through executive orders, I created the Cebu Provincial Tourism Task Force, composed of the Department of Tourism, the DTI, the chair of the Committee on Tourism from the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, as well as the chair from the Committee on Commerce and Industry from the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, the DOH, DILG, Marina, DNR, BFAR, the Philippine Coast Guard, PNP, and the AFP Central Command, and then standardized protocols for all of our resorts and our tourism establishments, as well as tourism activities. In 2022, we brought back the Suruy-Suruy to the south. This year, the Suruy-Suruy has led thousands of tourists to the north, the Camotes Islands, and the west, practically covering all of our local government units. The Suruy-Suruy experience has been so groundbreaking, positively received, and in fact, not only developed tourism in the countryside, but spurred economic activity and Development as well, that our very own Secretary of Tourism, Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, has adopted it through the DOT's Philippine Experience Program. Salamat kaayo. Last year, the 2-year hiatus, after a 2-year hiatus, the Pasigarbo sa Subo came back, and it came back with a huge bang, with the biggest participation of 52 local government units, including Cebu City and Lapu-Lapu City as guest contingents participating. And it was the first time too that the public was given the chance to vote for their favorite contingent through online voting. We also sold the airtime. And there were many who wanted to advertise. In fact, we earned millions for the ingress and egress. So, please answer your phone. We have also brought back sports tourism through the Governor Gwen Garcia Unity Volleyball Cup, which was participated in by almost all the LGUs of the province of Cebu, and was made richer by the participation of our 2 independent cities, Lapu-Lapu City and Cebu City. With their participation, the tournament officially became the One Cebu Island Governors Unity Volleyball Cup. And by popular demand, the CPDRC dancing inmates are back. As you could see, we have very few inmates now. We need more dancers. Those who wish to apply will kindly contact our provincial warden. Free dancing lessons and board and lodging. We are also committed to investing in tourism infrastructure beyond our improved roads. The DOT, through Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, has rolled out 4 tourist rest areas in Medellin, Carmen, Carcar, and Moalboal. And I must say, this is truly a project that has been needed direly in the countryside. We commend Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco for having the sensitivity and the empathy for our tourists by providing these TRAs throughout the entire country. In appreciation, the province of Cebu has decided to counterpart by constructing an equal number. Since we have 4, we shall construct 4, or maybe even more, depending upon request of our LGUs in the province of Cebu. Our Economic Enterprise Council has been active in coming up with innovative ways to earn revenues from provincial properties without disposing of them. Through our build, transfer, and operate schemes, the province of Cebu has become the immediate owner of the buildings and improvements built by our private sector partner, earns rental income, as well as a percentage share on gross revenues, while retaining ownership of our prime properties. Hence, the cyber zone development in IT Park, for instance, located in a 1.2 hectare property owned by the province of Cebu, has now with its 2 towers turned over to the province, increased our assets at close to 4 billion pesos. A third tower is due for turnover this month, again to increase the province's assets by 3 billion or more. As of today, the provincial government of Cebu has earned a total of 128.15 million in rental and percentage shares in the gross revenues from the PhilInvest Cyber Zone project. The Ciudad property in Banilad will soon start development in the next 2 or 3 months. This will again increase the province's assets by 10 billion and will earn another 2 to 3 billion in rental and percentage share on gross revenues collections. Subo Centro is a new addition to existing economic enterprises operated by the province. It makes use of a province-owned lot in front of IT Park, which used to be operated unprofitably as a parking lot. Subo Centro's diverse and affordable food choices have since attracted a steady clientele, which led to the opening of a branch in the capital premises. This month, the old Garcia'S and soon the second floor of the South Bus Terminal will be opened and operated as Subo Centros, earning additional revenues for the province of Cebu. After almost 20 years of struggle, which I began during my first term as governor, the armed forces of the Philippines, under the leadership of our beloved President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., has finally begun the actual return of the 80-hectare Camp Lapu-Lapu property to the province of Cebu. What does this mean? Immediately, if we were to value this prime property conservatively at 250,000 per square meter, our assets are set to increase again by another 200 billion pesos. But more concretely, if leveraged well, through build, transfer, and operate projects similar to our existing ones, this will earn hundreds of millions, no, perhaps billions in revenues for the province of Cebu in the decades to come. And the opportunity to build a city within a city right here in the city of Cebu, which will mean more roads, more bridges, more water systems, better hospitals, modern infrastructure and transportation systems, and a bright future for our children and grandchildren. It is for the same reason that we will continually to aggressively recover properties that rightly belong to the province of Cebu. We will soon recover around 5,000 square meters of prime commercial lots along Banilad Road, presently occupied by the Commission on Population. No, this is not 5,000 square meters. This is actually another 2.7 hectares, presently occupied by the Commission on Population, the Girl Scouts of the Philippines Council, the Cebu Medical Society, the National Irrigation Administration, and where is the NFA? Where's the NFA? Hopefully, the National Food Authority. Considering that their activities are not consistent with the commercial classification of the properties to which Mayor Rama has rightfully agreed, this is now classified as commercial 2 level. These entities have agreed to vacate our properties after the capital offered to move them to other lots owned by the province under deeds of usufruct. So, sabot lang gud ta. Win-win in the end. NFA. We are also in the process of recovering the 2.9 hectare lot occupied by TESDA, right beside waterfront. In the corner of Archbishop Reyes and Salinas Drive, and the 5.7 hectare lot, General, of PC Hills, presently occupied by the Philippine National Police. These properties were donated decades ago to now defunct instrumentalities of government. The National Manpower Commission, or NMYC, in the case of the lot occupied by TESDA, and the Philippine Constabulary in the case of PC Hills, under the condition that they be returned to the province should the donee instrumentalities cease to exist or is abolished by law. As we all know, we now have the TESDA law and the PNP law. General. In our efforts to demand what is rightfully due to the Cebuanos, we sought just compensation for lots occupied and encroached upon by around 26 companies along Osmeña Boulevard. And this is just the beginning. As a result, Capitol is poised to collect at least 220 million pesos within the year and possibly more as other cases are still under negotiation. In order to collect just compensation for the areas, the 11 barangays covering 50 hectares under Ordinance number 93-1, sold by the province to informal settlers 30 years ago at 3 pesos per square meter, and to date remain unpaid. As well as just compensation for lots occupied by informal settlers in Opra, Kalunasan, CRCI, Abaca, and other province-owned properties, we have opted for a win-win solution. We did this by negotiating directly with the 93-1 occupants through 51 homeowner associations. We have reached an agreement for them to pay the province at fair market value as assessed by Pag-ibig, earning for the province more realistic revenues than the earlier subsidized rates of 3 to 4 pesos per square. The same agreement has been reached with Opra, Kalunasan, CRCI, and Abaca. Covering perhaps close to 7,000 informal settlers, 7,000 households, times 2 in or 4 in number of votes. With this arrangement, Pag-ibig will now pay directly the province of Cebu, instead of us tediously collecting individual dues, which obviously we were unable to collect. For these province-owned lots, we expect to earn 8 to 12 billion in revenues, while ensuring the security and stability of ownership and possession for the occupants. For while they are residents and registered voters of the city of Cebu dili makabutar nako, they are, after all, first and foremost, Cebuanos. The Cebu Provincial Reclamation Authority, created by ordinance in 1999, further amended in 2009 and 2023, has been active in securing the province's 10% share of the total reusable land in all reclaimed areas within the territorial jurisdiction of the province. As a result, we have arrived at an agreement with several companies such as the Mabuhay Phil Cement Incorporated, Thermal Visayas Incorporated, Global Business Power Corporation, Cebu Industrial Park Developers Incorporated, Chunichi Heavy Industries, Ostal Limited, Philippines, Cebu South Harbor, Carmen Copper, and Container Terminal Corporation, all of whom have agreed to give the province of Cebu its mandated 10% share of the total usable reclaimed land, or a lot swap of the same value. Just imagine what further good we could do, what greater heights we could achieve, how many more livelihoods we could create, how many more lives we could improve when we recover what is rightfully ours, if we secure that which is justly the birthright of every Cebuano. This is why we are aggressive and unapologetically so in asserting the province's claims to these properties, whether existing or to exist in the future, because to sleep on these claims is to deny every Cebuano, present and future, what is rightfully theirs. This is a daunting and grueling task I knew I would be taking on when I began this improbable journey to become Cebu's first woman governor 20 years ago. But from 20 years ago, the political landscape of this province, of this island, has changed drastically. And the unity we have achieved has made navigating these past unprecedented fourth and fifth terms decisively less exacting, certainly more encouraging. In Cebu, we have proven time and again that unity works, and unity works for us. A lot of what we have done and a lot of what we expect to be done would not have been possible and would not be possible without a trustworthy and dependable ally and partner. Our Vice Governor and the Sangguniang Panlalawigan of the province of Cebu. I thank Vice Governor Hilario Davide III and each and every member of the provincial board for always unanimously passing the budget that the Cebuanos deserve, for passing every revenue legislation necessary to make that budget feasible, for granting me the authority that I needed to preserve and secure the properties of the province, and to leverage these properties for new economic enterprises for our province. for enacting the necessary legislation whenever we have had to decide for ourselves how much better to respond to crises such as the COVID-19 and the ASF. By the way, the Vice Governor and our provincial board bears that unique distinction as the only Vice Governor and provincial board that managed to summon all the members of the former IATF over here. I say former. Christina was not included then. For being the governor's real partners in the implementation of infrastructure projects for their constituencies and the social programs such as Sugbo Negosyo, Sugbo Kahanas, and even Sugbusog. I salute each and every one of you for a job well done for Cebu and the Cebuanos. At no other time in the history of the province has there been a clearer and stronger unity amongst its cities and municipalities. And this has spelled the difference in the effective, comprehensive, and coordinated implementation of our projects and programs. If we are able to reach the farthest puroks, if we are able to identify who are the most deserving beneficiaries of our programs, it is because we can count on our officials. Our mayors, vice mayors, councilors, our barangay captains and kagawads, the barangay volunteers in the entire province of Cebu. Daghan kaayong salamat kanimo. I must also recognize the unprecedented unity and cooperation the province has enjoyed with our Tri-City mayors of Cebu City, represented by Mayor Michael Rama, Mandaue City, represented by Mayor Jonas Cortez, better half, Congresswoman Cindy King Chan. We were tested by COVID-19 and we responded by being a one Cebu island. And that has allowed us to weather every storm, literally, Typhoon Odette included, and figuratively, ever since. Our representatives in Congress from the 7 congressional districts of the province, the Lone District of Mandaue, and the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu City, as well as the North and South Districts of Cebu City, have been our most forceful allies and our most articulate voices whenever we have had to defend Cebu and our autonomy and independence granted under the Constitution and our laws. Thank you for always speaking with one voice on behalf and in behalf of the people of the province of Cebu. Our partners in the private sector, PhilInvest, Topline, Prime Care, Medtronics, Manila Water, under the leadership of Mr. Ricky Razon, the Mandaue Chamber of Commerce and Industry, reliable partners in Sugbo Negosyo and other programs, SM under the leadership of Ms. Marisa Fernan, expos always free of charge. Daghan kaayong salamat. It helps to have powerful classmates. We would wish to thank as well the management of Robinson's Galleria. Do we have the management of Robinson's? Please stand up to be recognized. Daghan kaayong salamat for the many our Cebu Expos participated in by all our LGUs in the 7 legislative districts each year since 2020. Again, free of charge. Salamat kaayo. The Mandaue Chamber of Commerce, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce, Cebu Filipino-Chinese Chamber, Cebu Mandaue Filipino-Chinese Chamber, the Cebu Tourism Stakeholders, Hotels, Resorts, and Restaurants Associations of Cebu Incorporated, our non-government organizations, the Cebu Choreographers Association, Tour Guides Association of Cebu, the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, particularly Consul General of Japan, Hideki Yamaji, thank you for rallying with us and helping us when it was needed the most. Domo arigato-san. And that unity, the senators joined in. Thank you, Senator Francis Tolentino. Thank you, Senator Bato de la Rosa. And all of the senators that expressed their support, thank you for hearing the voice of a united one Cebu Island and being one with the Cebuanos. And we thank President Bongbong Marcos for his continued faith and confidence in a Cebuana and in effect in all of us Cebuanos. I thank the regional and provincial directors of the different national agencies, as well as our law enforcement agencies, the PNP, the AFP, and the Coast Guard. Thank you for your all-out support to the province's direction and position on issues concerning Cebu and the benefit of the Cebuanos. Salamat kayo. Our capital department heads, assistant department heads, division heads, consultants, and employees who have worked harder than ever before. With your work, you have made my life and every Cebuano's life easier. Salamat kayo. On a personal note, I wish to thank my family, Paulo, Michelle, and my first apo, Jules. Secretary Cristina, Deputy Speaker Duke, together with Sophia, Liam, Franco, and Baby X. Carissa, with Izzy and Kira. Thank you for your understanding and patience, even if at times I was not always there for you. And yet, always you showed me your unconditional love. Salamat. As my most favorite son, Paulo, has said, he has long accepted that ang akong labing pinalanggang anak, ang sugbo. Thank you to all my siblings, Winston, Byron, Farla, and Deirdre. And if you have found the words that I have spoken tonight steeped in elegant and eloquent prose, that is because I have, as a youngest brother, the first ever Cebuano Collegian Editor-in-Chief and bar top-notcher, Congressman Pablo John Garcia. Two of my brothers, Nelson and Marlon, are no longer with us, but they will forever live in our hearts. And tonight they are represented by Yang Yang and Jima and Mayor Janjan Garcia. Labaw sa tanan, salamat kaayo, Mommy and Daddy. Your legacy of principled service continues to inspire us, challenge us, and move us to uphold always the serbisyong tatak Garcia. Labaw sa tanan usab, akong ipaabot ang akong kinasingkasing nga pasalamat sa matag usa ka Sugboanon, sa mga pinalangga kong Sugboanon. Thank you for your faith in me and for manifesting that faith in that historic, unprecedented 1,478,436 votes that you gave me, and that historic 1.1 million margin over my closest rival. It has been my greatest blessing and a singular honor for the opportunity to serve the province of Cebu and the Cebuanos. It is a debt of gratitude that I shall endeavor to repay each and every waking and even sleeping moment of my life. As my father used to say, amor con amor se paga. Ang gugma sa gugma pagabaslan. For the faith, the trust and confidence, the love that you have shown me, my dearest Cebuanos. Each and every time I am with you, while I am with you in the cities and towns, barangays, sitios, in the islands and islets in the entire province of Cebu, for that love, I will repay. Akong pagabaslan ang maong gugma. Matag gutlo, matag adlaw, kutob sa akong mahimo, kutob sa akong makabot, pagabaslan ko. Kamong tanan, sa usa ka gugmang walay kinutuban o walay pag-undang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the province of Cebu, and the state of the province is strong, very strong. And this is the famed One Cebu Island. And the state of this island is strong because we are united, unshakably united. So let me be clear. When I say, don't mess with us, what I really mean is, do not test our unity, for it is a formidable one, and it will unleash its power when necessary to protect and advance the interest of the Cebuanos. For unlike the cynics who say unity as a punchline, or the politico who uses unity as an empty slogan, in Cebu, we take unity as our solemn duty. Unity is how we preserve and honor our 454 history. And because we wish to be united, we decided to cross political divides, to rise above our own personal and partisan interests for the good, and always for the good of Cebu and the Cebuanos. With this unity, we will secure the present and ensure the future for this one undivided and indivisible island and province of Cebu. Inubanan sa pangaliya sa atong Senyor Santo Niño ug sa atong mahal nga Birhen de Guadalupe, kuyugi ako nga sa hiniusang tingog kita magaingon, mabuhi sa hiniusang sugbo. Mabuhi kitang tanang sugboanon. Love the Philippines, love Cebu. Daghan kayong salamat, maayong gabi kanatong tanan.